station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo-choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo-choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express. Past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess. You'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight. The rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate. Hear the whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark. Stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo-choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo-choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express. Past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another conductor's calling, next stop, fate. Hear the whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll, adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight, clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark, stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express, past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess. You'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight. The rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate.
Hello, welcome aboard, everyone. Before we start, I just gotta get myself a quick drink, but give me just a moment. Okay, I have my drink now. I just had to go rinse the cup out real fast. Anyways, welcome aboard everyone. Tonight we are doing some Final Fantasy XIV. We are working on the MSQ for 7.5, the first part of this section. There's just like every other expansion so far. The last major MSQ arc for the expansion takes place over 2 patches basically. So we're gonna be doing the first half now. And I think the second half of the 7.5 ISQ will be with 7.55. Or 7.55 as some people would call it. Hello Gonzo, welcome in. Welcome aboard. Also chat, when I came up to this area to idle here, I noticed that person right there. The one that was standing like a little bit to the right of my character. They had the Necromancer title. That's one of the hardest titles to get in the game. So, I have to give this person some pink badge for that. But yeah, that's one of the hardest titles to get in the game. And the way that you get it is, I think you make it to floor 200 in the Palace of the Dead without dying once. And from what I've heard, the easiest job to do it on is the Markinus. Oh, sorry, I had to remember how to say the name. Anyway, let's get straight over to the game here. One fare thee wells can ease the sting of partings, as we come to terms with an ashes not soon forgotten. To tell those that we hold dear what they've meant to us and wish them the best, we should seize that chance whensoever we can. Rollo has become really laid back this expansion. He was so eager to help us with Shadowbringers. And then he was like right there, ready to adventure, ready to help out. So eager during Endwalker. And with this whole expansion with Gonzo, with Zontrail, he's just been like so laid back. So laid back's like, ah, yeah. Yeah, I can see how that is. Like he lost all his energy basically. In Fate's footsteps, Prowl has a wistful glint in her eyes. Well, I got a smudge on my screen that made it hard to see wistful. I'm gonna let my screen down. I trust you're able to get plenty of rest. Good. I thought we might take a moment to ponder our next steps and perhaps reflect on our recent journey. I must admit my thoughts often drift to the next compliment and our stay in Trino. It was heartening to see that Malala prospered despite the odds, and my own flesh and blood strived in that left-and-ratched landscape. Sheen was eager to restore diplomatic relations, and I have no doubt that Alexandria will provide much-needed support for their neighbor. I too shall do everything I can to end my home away from home, by a wonderful, welcoming family included. Oh yeah, that's right, Kryle's, her closest blood relatives are alive and well in Trino. And I think they're running the place. For the time being, though, I'd say we've accomplished all within our power. In fact, I think the Malala that helped us with the Doom Train flight might be like a distant cousin of Kryle's. Confirming, I think we've done all our focus. I suppose that just is a matter of preservation to research. It is yet unclear how Calyx learned the techniques he used to summon his Dark Primal. And there is likewise much that remains unknown about the key. Let us hope that Shell's efforts bear more fruit. Can you hear me? Shell and I have been reviewing the decrypted files and have uncovered some intriguing details. Would you care to join us? We'll be with you right away. Looks like Shell seems rather eager to speak with you all. Come and find us in the Terra Lab? Did I celebrate the Terra Lab? Let's see us in the Terra Lab when you're ready. Uncanny timing indeed. Let us make for the containment complex. So yeah, chat, how you guys doing tonight? I had to make a small change to the kick side because I'm worried that some bots will be still getting through. So on the kick side, you guys now need to be at least a month old on the kick side. And when I say at least a month old, I'm talking about your account has to be at least a month old. And I've even made a small change to the chat rules, which you'd think it'd be self-evident, basically. But please, no self-promotion in the chat unless you are given strict permission. Seriously. This is apparently going towards the kick side, by the way. No self-promotion in the chat. Unless you have permission from me, please, no self-promotion. Because I don't care if you're getting really Robux, I don't care if you want me to go there or whatever. No self-promotion. Period. Heading for the containment complex right this way. Yeah, it's been a bit since we've been in here. Courtesy of Shell's decryption efforts, the previously inaccessible research objective section is now available for perusal. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researcher's Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deutera Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security code at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Keep your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of, and the rights to modify, the memories of all registered personnel. That is so twisted. Modifying the memories? That is so twisted. What makes such effective? The primary research objective of Containment Complex 1029 is the indefinite preservation of the endless. Continued improvements to soul cell and regulatory functionality are intended to facilitate the endless stream's management of living memory. It is via this process of iteration that we endeavor to identify and resolve any and all issues inherent in endless creation. Chief among known issues is our present inability to control the key, for if we fail to secure the reflections as additional sources of ether, our ultimate goal will remain forever out of reach. So yeah, they have become aware of the different reflections, or alternate worlds, basically. With where we are right now, and in Solution 9, the Solution 9 actually came from one of the reflections. It managed to merge onto the source, basically, through this dimensional rift that happened. And outside of the area where it is affected, there's a huge dome of just lightning energy, basically wrecking everything. Chief among known issues is our present inability to control Aubrey like that. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Protolab Chief, S4. Or is that ES4? Material Lab Chief, redacted. I think that was Calyx. Alright, we are in the funny rooms. We are in the funny rooms. I forgot it was shaped that way. It's definitely the funny room, so let's just leave it at that. Given that all the data is stored within electric devices, Shell's expertise has proven invaluable. Pretty voice.
Ah, you're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents. A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter.
So then how did Calyx learn how to do it? I know outside the story, with the meta knowledge that we have, we know that what was the name of that Ascian? Pomeroy? I think it was Pomeroy? And maybe saying her name wrong? Well, I'm a little jealous of her because she has green scales. Taking the form of an aura with green scales. I'm so jealous. Obviously, that Ascian taught him how to do it. But it wasn't recorded.
While Calyx doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calyx appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
That sounds like us. Just going around to random places without rhyme or reason. That sounds like us.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
Ooh.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity, which, of course, explains why they were able to instruct Zoralja in its use, thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
Lala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
Yeah, the fact that it managed to transport a whole city, basically. Like a huge portion of the country, if not most of it. Because there's still some ruins of Alexandria over on the map, I think. And some of those ruins even came with them when they merged onto the source.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. Shouldn't be a problem.
What do you think?
Because right now the key looks like a
We don't
goblet.
even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
I mean, it's worth a try, Carol.
Give me
It's
a
definitely
moment.
worth a try. Ooh. I don't like how the little wires there did not move. Oh hey, you know, that looks a little bit like ancient design. I don't know why we didn't really get we didn't really get a closer look at it before.
My word.
Ooh. What are you saying, still?
Ishtola?
You had a dentist appointment today? You know, I don't like going to the dentist myself. I just hate it. I think I'm like most people. Just don't want to go there. Like, it's just so weird when they're working on the inside of your mouth and such. Like just feeling them like... Ugh. Cabinet tooth, maybe even digging in if we're getting an extraction. I just don't like it.
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory. The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarot.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
It hasn't done anything while in my possession. To my knowledge. Outside of like helping out with Necron, I think. Okay, I must have forgot something with the story. It must have happened during the last arc or the arc before that. And with the choices here, they're both correct. This one is more personal for the Warrior of Light, assuming we're still holding on to Azim's crystal. Or Azim, my bad.
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azim. A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
Oh, put it in my hand, let's see.
My apologies. Hello? Yes, this is Cryo speaking. That was Ojika with a message for us.
By the way, chat, just so that you're all aware, the MSQ from this patch forward until the release of the next expansion is setting the foundation blocks. Think of it as the prequel to the expansion. It's putting in the story elements right now. Like this, it's trying to put in the major ones now.
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure. Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian Annex. Though disappointed we were not present, she appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons. Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
You'd best go.
It's interesting how they call
Though I'll
Basida
not
soft.
deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
The debt is ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
Actually, I should like to stay here a little longer, if you don't mind.
Ah. Oh, I gotta fix the orientation of that. Hello, Takashi, how you doing? Yeah, let me fix the orientation of that real fast. How you doing, Takashi?
You are most welcome.
Well, it's blue now, Takashi. It's blue now.
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care,
Takashi
I
Juro would
assure
like
you.
to remind the conductor to stretch those limbs.
When you
Drink
put a
up,
stretch and a
conductor.
hydrate and a head pats.
Enjoy some head pats from Takashi Juro. Who won the neck decorating contest? It was a tie.
Well, I currently don't have a comeback for that one. That was unexpected. How am I? I'm doing guessing.
Well then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
Trail to the heavens. I didn't really need to move us out there to the other side on these story arc beginnings. Given that preservation could not unlock the secret to the key, it should come as no surprise that we too struggle to understand its nature. And hey, Yvette, did give Tata in my regards when you see her. I also mentioned that we also uncovered information unrelated to the key. According to Shell, certain confidential reports are now accessible via devices in the researcher's commons in the director's office. You might wish to peruse the files before you depart for Charlotte. I didn't know I looked at one such set. My colleagues will be just as saddened by your departure. Until we meet again, safe journeys. Oh, let's see, are there any machines in here? Oh, Chamlo's ready? Got cluttered side table. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Upon activating the device, a newly accessible section titled Memory Duplication catches your eye. Let's start with the daily reports. Nothing in note, the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained failed injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for either reclamation processing. Nothing in note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident details of full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke both preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and illuminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Be proud that the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment at me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Oh boy. That's a bit dark. I'm at the shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical realm, you must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay, so what's the memory duplication then? It is well known that the Alexandrian Law family promulgated a number of fundamental principles governing endless research. Thank you for the alert, Takashi. Among these was the strict prohibition on memory duplication. Ah! No big nada for you. Among these was the strict prohibition on memory duplication. However, in the wake of the storm surge, the provisional government sought to revise this I can't talk. To revise this prohibition and make one key exception, Queen's theme. The decision was ultimately made to equip her endless counterpart with a Tiara variant regulator, thereby enabling the routine backup of her memories. Intriguingly, it was Master Felix who objected most strenuously to this proposal. It was his assertion that one's corporeal form, whether flesh and blood, or endless construct, is nothing more than a vessel, and that, as a vessel, he is to be modified and experimented upon should circumstances require it. Memory, however, was sacrosanct and inviolable. The very essence of life and personhood. When Master Felix eventually acquiesced to the provisional government's request, a number of his facilities personnel duplicated their memories to verify the efficacy of the technology. Yet Master Felix refused to even entertain the notion. To this day, he has avoided creating even a single backup of his own memories, a resolution which I myself have chosen to emulate. So we almost did kill him then. When we took on his rival Necron, and thus defeated it, we almost actually took Calyx then. And he was so scared that he went to send his memories into something else. He'd managed to escape at the last moment though. At least, part of him did. This is a nice roomy office. Is there any terminals over here? Who appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet? Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the procurement letter arrived, I had a good feeling that this would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. Claims these were correct. Master Felix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Dr. Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Felix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the endless is reaching critical levels, yet Crew's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flowing. My Malala colleagues, including the Product Lab Chief, I've been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deterra lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Oh, you were given the option to look inside the locker. I don't remember if we looked inside it before, but we're gonna look inside it again if we already did. Okay. It contains nothing else. Oh boy. Anyways, over to Australian. I forgot to lock our hands up. Hey, you know what? Can someone make a mod where it just does like pinups of Kayla on it? It would make it so much more funny in that regard. Like pin up aspirational images of Kayla. I don't care if it's handmade or AI made. I just think it would be more funny. Hello, Chica, it's been a while. Oh, yes, it interests me that I neglected to bring gifts from Terrell. Considering the extra work they've had to handle my absence, I dare say I owe them a veritable melon of snacks at the very least. I thought if that's to hear what Ujika has to say ere we meet with Totaro. I do hope she is well. Welcome back, and what a pleasure it is to see you too, Savy. Thank you for contacting us, Ujika. We came as soon as we could. Of course, I felt it prudent given how troubled Totaro was. Your concern is much appreciated. As it so happens, we reach a convenient juncture in our investigation. Shio and Stola have matters well in hand, leaving us free to make this trip. What's a relief to hear? Now let me fish the taro for you. Why don't you take a moment to relax in the main hole? I'm sure you're all fatigued. I'm sure you're all still fatigued from your journey. Those two are. I teleported. Oh, it's been a while since we've actually been in here. Oh, now I'm beginning to feel like we've actually returned. Such fun memories within these four walls. Given how frequently Totaro is away on business these days, there's a small miracle we're in the same place at the same time.
Planning your next journey?
Oh no, just reminiscing. Thinking back to when you bought this map. and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask. Welcome back!
Yes, Totoro. She looks the same. It's wonderful to see you again, Totoro. You're not gonna with me again, are you?
I'm so glad you're here.
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned. Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention.
Rumors?
Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star.
Again?
I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with.
Wasn't the last time we had a voice invasion of sorts from, Endwalker? Ooh, looks fun like this. Hold on, chat, see something I'm like. Huh. Okay, yeah, one of the springs wasn't fully secured.
But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures.
Yeah, last time we dealt with Void, so there was like a whole parade of them, basically. And it was, because of actions with the 12.
For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the Void. Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
A deeper connection to the Void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
It is.
It is.
Alphino and Alize were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken a dreadful turn.
The Sherma earlier, in Tertium. So again, we'll go over again. Except this time we're not being backstabbed.
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Tural. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn Servant, Galul Jajar. Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolal.
To me only.
And for Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Wait, they still haven't done this shit together yet? Galamon, come on, it's been 2 years. At least 2 years. Stop being lazy, Mob. It's been at least 2 years.
Thank you for sharing your tale. Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Tural taught us that much. And now that we've returned, it's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolol.
Thank you. But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
Sir!
Oh, it's been a while since we saw that uniform.
It's overrun with void scent. We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
It's been a long time since I've seen that uniform.
What?
Clutium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection. Damn it. Is that another fissure? No, no, no! Ah!
My comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose! Come on!
The Garlean community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they face daunting odds.
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
Thank you. I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
Okay, it's right into Farlow mode. It's gonna be very cold, the mob. I don't believe we've seen Thancred and Urianger since our battle with the end of the scene, have we? The two must have returned here at some point. Clearly we made the right decision to come to Shirley, and given which the circumstances of our return were not so grave. Having told Alphinaud and Alisay have withdrawn to Tertium to request aid on the front lines. They seem intent on rejoining the battle once reinforcements are ready, but I shall tell them to wait until you arrive. Two worlds entwined. Raatia wears a pensive expression. But just like that, we find ourselves faced with another emergency. Fortunately, there is yet time for us to make a difference. Let us make haste for Tertium. Sorry to send you packing so soon after your homecoming, but Garlemald desperately needs your aid. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna go call the mob. I wish it was warm, the mob. But no, you just have to be so fucking far, the mob. In the nerf, the mob. For those that don't understand the joke, the mob. Back in Endwalker, people started saying all sorts of things that just ends with the mob. It was many of the hunt trains where it was like, we're going over there, Lamald. And it all involved this whole zone. This whole zone. All for the trains. These don't move, sadly. I think it an area here. But yeah, I would not mind having a background that's like in one of these cars, for example. Like maybe like this, while with like stuff moving by. At least for the Final Fantasy streams. Let's see, up in here was the shop. It's just a converted train car. Well, let's take a look at the engine again. I'm curious what its configuration would be in. Let's see, so we got 464. It's a 464, chat. Looks like the coaches are missing a wheel. There's definitely space for it. That one just looks like this one but reversed. Oh, it's not even connected. Why are they not connected? No, if this train was there removed, it would just be the engine. It would just be the engine to move if it ever does. That makes me a bit sad. That must be the coal box for the tender. So this is basically like a tank engine. But Magitech. Also, a really dark scene happened inside of there. There, man Walker, I don't want to repeat it. Look, if you come at such short notice, I'm glad you're here. Listen far too long, Savy. Well met, my friend. Now let us hearken onto Elfina's words. Savy, you made it in time. This is Stinian. He usually shows up at odd times.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Of course it's a frosty spot. It's called the mob.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are two focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
And it's good that they're using thaumaturges to do that too. Because if I remember correctly... Okay, well I haven't done it on stream because I haven't leveled Black Mage at all. But I remember on my other character when I leveled up Black Mage a bit. Part of the questline involved getting stuff from Void Sand and whatnot. So it makes sense for them to basically get involved with getting rid of Void Sand. Especially if I remember correctly, one of the big thaumaturges, or at least related of big thaumaturges there. One of them got possessed basically by a Void Sand.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent. They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Cryo. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
Oh, we have to travel by train? Hell yeah. Oh, so dungeon, okay. I've often thought that if I had been more adept in tending to the wounded on Swish 9, perhaps not so many would have been lost. I shall do my utmost to see that I do not look back on this battle with regret. Hello Foxy, how you doing? 5 stream strike. Nice. They said strike instead of streak, what the hell? Oh yeah, that's a nice quattro. No, not quattro, cinco. I don't know my Spanish numbers. I was think it's cinco for 5. Hello, Blue. Am I correct with what I just said? Because I don't know my Spanish numbers apparently. He was single being 5. Anyways, considering like this is a dungeon, and I'm thankful that this house does support with it. But as with every first time that we do a dungeon chat, we did a first time with NPCs to see how the mechanics are. It allows us to take our time going through it. And to also see like whatever lore the dungeon has on offer. Afterwards, every time we do the dungeon, we'll be with players. Or through the trust system if I'm working the trust system. Speaking of trust, I've actually leveled up 3 of them so far to 77 now. They're still stuck in... My trust stuff is still stuck in Shadowbringers, unfortunately. And I lack the... I lack enough to do the, Endwalker or Dawnchill trust, though. But we're slowly working on that off stream. Anyways, let's see, the party here. We got Alphano, Belha, and Alce. You know what, let's just go with it. Equatium. How you doing tonight, Blue? Are you feeling a bit better compared to yesterday? I hear the girl mode theme a little bit in the music track. It's like a remix of it. You better making dinner? Okay. So we did come by train, but we didn't get to see it come in. That sucks for me. I'm trying to get into a routine. I get that. Holy shit, it's just crashing. Oh, this is a personal persona.
We mustn't hold back.
New dungeon, yes. It's a 7.5 dungeon. If you want, you can probably come back in maybe half an hour if you don't want the spoilers of it. And if you don't care, then that's fine as well. Holy crap, shit's falling all over the place. Now, my main complaint with the duties of war is the NPCs don't do that much AoE. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They're locking up the dungeon name? I don't understand what's funny about it. Like, I don't get the... I don't get what makes it funny. So, I would not mind being filled in on that. Besides, I actually didn't know that people were making fun of it. But that's kind of part for the course for me to be out of the loop on stuff. Health, dog. Oh, okay. Basically, I guess they're running off with the fact that based on how it sounds, like based on how the NPCs say it, just looking at how spell just makes it look like a typo. Is that what the joke is? The implied typo?
You're a sight for sore eyes.
They say Cladium. What? I heard Cladium. Oh, it was like Cladium.
You underestimate me.
I would have said Cladium.
I may.
Oh, why do you have to be so weird, Lamont?
If I may.
Oh, Raha's a
Appreciate
black
the help.
mage in this dungeon.
We'll handle things from here. Take care of the fisher.
I love how they moved to the left and the stealth sound like they were from the right. Why the scorpion? This void synth merged with the scorpion robot. Okay, so I gotta stare at him with that then.
If I may.
Damn it. Oh, even looking at it.
You'll not escape this!
Oh. I haven't seen that mechanic in so long, actually. I have not seen that mechanic in so long. Where you have to stop. Last time I saw that was, shit, what was the last thing I saw that in? Where you actually had to stop attacking. I remember it was in one of the dungeons we did in the past.
You'll not escape this!
But yeah, I seen that mechanic where we have to not do anything somewhere. I just don't remember where. I'm trying to remember where it was. Was it in One Day Lights, right? Is the fire and lights mechanic?
You'll not escape this!
What was that? So there was actually one that actually was a motion scatter type of deal. Ooh, this is a new void set model. I think this is a new void set model. Oh no, it's throwing a mighty storm at me. Yep, I hit the one up key. I wonder if maybe it was one of the Omega raids that had it. One of the Sigma Scape ones specifically. Oh, that's ever finished with Cassie, man.
If I may?
Yeah, I can't let the duty support and even the trust that it's just best to just target the one that the NPCs are targeting. Otherwise, it just takes so much longer to get through the fight. What is this place we're coming up to? Oh, we're going off the beaten path. Literally.
You underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
For a moment, I thought Alpina was about to say, "You shall not pass." Okay, we're at the next boss now. some pink magic loving here. Let's sort of... Ooh. That's a new model, I think. I think that's a new model. He just belly flopped in here too. You got a funny fiance went from warrior main to sage main to white mage main. Was merely a crafter. What? Ripples of gloom. Oh shit. Watching him mowing around was pretty fun actually. Come on, Alfie, heal everyone up. You did a second laugh at that one. And this was different because it doesn't tell you the order. It's just get killed before he decides to go again. Like it didn't show them all at once like the first one did. Hello Dan, welcome in. And yeah, this fight does seem a bit easy. It's just getting the timing down for his rolling is the main thing for me. Yep, there we go. We took down the big guy. Hey, more shoes to put in my armor. 765. Oh my god, that's good. Oh, I think I have enough to last the rest of the expansion. I don't know what. But 765 though. I'm gonna definitely have to invest in that. Is it this way that kind of go? Yes. The Glamir is okay as well. I've only gotten 2 pieces of gear from here. Oh, we got some curve. What's gonna say curve and magic tag? It's probably crafted in regard to programming.
You'll not escape this!
I find it interesting they just have a big old tail. Ooh, what's going on back there? Looks like I'm under ropes and such. I would like to know how the trust NPCs. I would like to know how they decide their targets.
If I may.
They just have, oh, must be not the closest one. Oh. The vacuum tunnel opened up. Let's go into aperture. Oh wow, there's some finches everywhere in here. Oh, I think that's a new one. At least model-wise. Yeah, these modes, I think it's a new model. Because it looks like they got little bells down there. Yeah, Final Fantasy is kind of in one of those sweet spots where they can reuse the older models and such. And it's still just as good. What's going on? Masterful Manipulator, Melphas. He seems to be glowing like the Elbow said.
Welcome to my domain, mortals.
That was a big spell. I just avoid directly on the other side of them, okay. Yeah. Interesting, he could take temporary control of them. Then that went out a little bit late. Damn. Assault too. Oh, do I need the directional indicator facing him? Oh, you bastard, you're moving them around! What? Okay, I don't get that once done. Because the first time I got it, but I think I've slipped down. I don't know what it's requiring for it. Like, do I gotta be moving that direction? Is that what it maybe is? Because I thought it was happening on that side of the indicator. I think the hardest part of this fight is when he's moving the Machina around. Hey, yeah, we made it, bro. that the cheap move because I have to join you. Huh, okay. I guess it could have been a little bit more obvious then.
I think that's all of them.
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over. I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
You know, then you got this guy.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
Okay, his face right where the mouth is reminds me of Kefka.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate?
Oh, we're not even given a choice.
You want to go back? To the void? Your kind have entered this realm before. Some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
They used to.
I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
And no tilted, welcome in.
We know that pain all too well. If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the void and devote yourself to its restoration.
Yeah, speaking of, how will the wait, is the void the 13th or the 12th? I think it was the 12th. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I know the... Oh, it was the 13th? Okay. So I know that... Wait. Isn't the 13th already on the path to partial recovery now? Thanks to the Endwalker intermission? Because we're siphoning some of the excess light from the first towards the 13th. Unless the siphon stop at some point. It is a one with like the first, yeah. Methodon is in. The night is whatever. No, the night is a Gaia. The night is Gaia. Because that's the name of the world that Final Fantasy IX takes place in. I think it was called Gaia. Oh, we gotta play Final Fantasy IX at some point.
I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the void from another world blighted with imbalance.
Wait, I was just talking about that.
I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the void, I'm sure of it.
This form is imbued with the will of all those I've consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
To think we've been dealing with the 13th ever since Rome was born, at least.
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh, Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
I'm not gonna lie, chat, the dungeon came much earlier than I thought it would. It came much earlier than I thought it would. And look, all this gear that we got from it that I can't use. Well, it's going to my armor. You better mention friend of the with it. Hi, Peaches. What do you want? My cat is over here next to me. She wants some attention, it seems. And lovely Peaches. With just nothing in my hand and all that. Oh, now she's moaning around. He says, what the enemy said to you? Why are you so cute? She's on her side currently, just like enjoying the scratching I'm giving her. Like that silly. Duos was quick to put our words, or rather those of the Dawn servant, into practice. You have heartfelt appreciation. Without your intervention, I have no doubt the casualties would have been far greater. Voidsen not only absorb the ether and those they consume, but their thoughts as well. With such a legion of minds at their disposal, one hopes they prove a capable ally for Zero. You know, thanks to our journeys with Zero, that we did learn more about the Voidsen like that. Like, there was a pair of Voidsen that were inseparable, effectively. Where, like, one was, like, always fearful, the other one was, like, trying to be, like, trying to protect them and whatnot. And then when Barbaricho started coming by, it scared the crap out of both of them. And one asked the other to devour them, and then they started acting scared just like the other one. But the Clatian's fissure was sealed. I dare say the Voidsen incursion is at an end. Boy's come a long way. All credit to Zero for nudging him in the right direction. Reports have begun trickling in. By all accounts, the Yozobar contingent was successful at containing the threat on their front. For a Voidsen to attack in such numbers just as we were finding our feet, I daren't imagine the consequences had he not provided such timely aid. On behalf of my comrades, I thank you. Thank you all. I'm just gonna choose this one. Yeah, oh, excuse me. As you may have gathered, the Dawn Servant's wisdom struck a chord. I only hope my words resonate as strongly with the voice of the men. It seems like it may have. They seem to want to see their world back together. But grave presentiment? That's the first time I've seen that word ever. That's the first time I've ever seen that word. What does that word mean? A sense that something is about to occur, a premonition. This is from the American Heritage Dictionary of English Language, 5th edition. Okay. Previous sentiment, conception, or opinion, previous opposite apprehension, especially in antecedent and question, or conviction of something unpleasant, distressing, or calamitous about to happen, anticipation of evil, foreboding. Okay, so yeah, both of those two, and the one that comes up next on the definition that Bucket Go showed me. It's all something about to happen. Something's about to happen. Okay, so a great presentiment. Yeah, this is the first time I have seen and even attempted to say that word. I think I said it correctly. But yeah, basically something about to happen, huh? Something weighs heavy on Thancred's mind.
The Ilzabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control for the time being.
Dinner plans changed? Okay, Blue. Whatever those changes are, have a good dinner, okay?
Though it It remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern. The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald. Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open.
Oh, and he's talking about the one that's in the seas.
A gate which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Oh gods. The moon.
Oh right, yeah. I remember that one now.
Planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
Yeah, when we fought Zero Mist, I think it was Medic, the name of it. It actually managed to shatter reality that's in a couple spots in that area. Specifically the area where the Zodiac was prisoned.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry. Let us make for Bestway's burrow.
We ought to have Kryl
Oh,
join us
I
when she
cut him off.
finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the moon's void gate is second to none.
Alphino, Alize, please do what you must to keep our world safe.
We'll be back before you know it.
A quick word, if you will. I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her? Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void.
Help, she doesn't need to eat. You know, it's kind of convenient that we are right here, right outside the Tower of Babel. Could easily use that to go out there. As much as since that's how to get up there in the first place. The Lopers are freaking out.
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loperites too are beset with void scent.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all! Yes, void scent, and lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the brands and halt the Fiend's invasion, but she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
Okay, so we gotta activate the brands. Oh, let's see, which Mel? No, then Magic Armor. Okay, so yeah, it was right here when the veil was getting really thin and such. Thanks to our fight with Zero Miss. It knocked in literal holes between the realities. Wait, the bombs are voided? How did I not know this? Any more? Are you okay? Let down it save. I was so afraid I did not move and helm. Are you looking for leading light? I think I saw her heading southwest toward the drowning band. She had several slaughter buttons though, but I worry that they won't be enough for all the Blitzen. You better hurry. Well, here's Alice, eh? Oh, you know what? That makes me curious. Let me go look at the other brands. The hell is that person writing? You look like it look a red two star song. Oh, Alfie's here. That must mean thankfully there's or I'm just gonna be over here. Well, not Bowser yet. Is that a Gundam? No, it's a Magitech Reaper. If you played Final Fantasy VI, that's where these come from? But if you want a Gundam, there is a Gundam-like entity in this game. Oh, the starter bots are down. You've only ever played a demo for the PS2?
Oh, I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened! Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue. is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest lubberate to ever live. I can practically taste the praise. Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through. I don't foresee any major problems.
Laughing way, I know you are referencing our time at Durham, isn't that?
Oh, nope. We're doomed.
There you are.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Oh, got the key?
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
'Tis Gorbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
Oh yeah, that's right, Gomez is still alive. He's still alive, I forgot about that. There's a guy to change a heart at the last moment. Oh yeah, crystals glowing more.
By the 12.
The key is coming. There's a track into our crystal. Look at the mating dance of the crystals. Behold the gift of Ethos. Yours is a journey without end, conceived and guided by principle. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Wait, is this a them talking to us? Go forth, discover, unite the stars onto one. Let none bar your path. Ooh. Also, I'm taking screenshots. Hey, look, we're on the red moon. Hey, Zero's here. And Golez. So what's driving these voids then?
What are you doing here?
That visit felt long overdue.
Only you could be so carefree amidst all this. May as well make yourself useful. The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
But what's driving it?
NOO, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean. They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Like a reverse Luda cry.
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of NOO. Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
We don't see many NPCs do a job change. Because it's not like she's about to do a job change. And that's because she did.
Void scent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield. Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
Okay, so we got this guy to take care of.
Who dares face me? A mere mortal. Hast thou come in search of power? Renown? I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Oh, that's some music. That is some music. The unmaking is now accessible. Okay, so this is obviously a trial. Let's take a look at the arena. Okay. Now before we give for the trial, chat, I gotta verify I gotta go use the bathroom. So be right back, everyone. I have returned. As a mouse is my mouse. What am I missing? Oh, let's go to my settings. Luring by the chi on the gleaming golden path, they emerge onto the red moon in the midst of carnage. Their faithful allies of the 13th, the Zero Golbas, battle tirelessly to drive back the hordes of voids, and all the while watched by a sinister form in the dark. Noting the boundless power of the void, the adroit sovereign Inuel has risen from death's unfathomable, intent on reducing all existence to still, silent nothingness. Would that bleak vision of a world unmade be realized, our whole life and light prevail? I like this music. Okay, so we are now shooting. Chat, how are you guys doing tonight? But yeah, that doji came much earlier than I thought it would. And I mean much earlier than I thought it would. Like I thought it would get a few quests and then near the end of the current quest line. But no, it's like right there at the beginning. Considering that this is the current big trial, you would have thought it would have been a much faster queue. Especially since it's the current story required one. I will say, this arena, at least the decorations around it, it looks a bit interesting. Oh, those things are moving in the background. It's so fleshy back there. I wonder what I should be expecting with this one. Well, now considering how the background looked, it looks like this is part of what was overtaking the 13th. Because not only was it like, yeah, we could go video after and take a look. We're in the queue, so it won't really matter too much. Oh, that was not what I was expecting. Why is it just living while you're... What places did he kill? Still and Grab went off to help the others, in case you were wondering. Anyways, it sounds like we were given a task to reunite the shards into one. Reunite the, reunite the reflections into one. Where is the passage that went there? Is that it right there? Oh yeah, it seems that now our next task is to pick up where the Asians left off. At least that's what was being hinted at. No, that's alright now. Wait, I'm not sure. Okay. Hey, it's time to fight anyone. Just need a healer to hit, yes. Sovereign of Not Annual.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark.
Meteor rain.
The Void's power is mine to wield.
Oh, he moved there, okay.
Perish. Be still.
Okay, bring him over to what he elected.
Accept your downfall.
Okay, that's interesting. The part that gets chased.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? The void consumes. Naught will endure. Neither
That's some multimedia shit right there.
I've breathed the darkness, left the light guide me.
You must break free.
I'm imagining some frame loss.
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with Enoa.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us.
No, she didn't Sentinel.
My domain.
And he's eating the Sentinel.
Such is the power of the void.
Oh, that poor samurai. Oh, the stuff is floating around behind.
Is absolute.
There's two of them now, okay.
The void's power is mine to wield.
Ooh, I got that just in time.
Behold the truth of this world. Accept your downfall.
Oh shit. Sit there. I didn't see the healer that was right there.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
I'm not gonna lie, these are some really cool effects here. Just waiting for the pop-up.
Perish.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Oh shit, that went the other way.
Thus did all boundaries cease to be.
And he will have him taken down. A memoria crystal. That's right, Zero is one of the few that know how to do it. How to permanently kill the avoids basically. Look at this bad mouth. Wait, that was pretty fun. Just a little familiar that is so all up here.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more void scent from passing through the gate.
That's pretty much the gist of it.
With Enuo defeated, there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Have you noticed any abnormalities in the Void of Light?
Nothing comes to mind. Why'd you ask? So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate. For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since the Romus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened.
And that would be...
in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until the two came to meet.
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'tis a possibility.
So he thinks the
What of Radzatan and Garlemald?
so it's not that he thinks the dimensional barriers are weakening.
Eulus took mercy upon the interloper. Whether Void Sent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much.
Oh, and you also have like a packed lunch that he made for you.
Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state.
We have our own little Void Gate. Although it won't be a Void Gate, basically.
And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Oh, and we can see it?
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
Key bearer.
So it is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
We're not gonna forget about that little packed lunch, are we? Now seems an opportune time to give Zero the parcel of jewels to Pathfinder. The fact that it survived the fight. The fact it survived the fight with Annuel. What tea of yours intrigued me. Had my former self known of its existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. Ah, yeah, the sinister music of the Red Moon. Oh, something for me. A package of dumplings. A paper parcel full of still-warm dumplings packed with care by Julius. I got it somehow unscathed from the fight. That smell. Who is it? I recall Julius speaking of the dumplings his mother used to make. Thank you for the parcel and the fond memories. There's more than enough to share with Gobas. Now that he forgoes the ether of others, I'm sure he'll appreciate the substance. I sometimes wonder what the Void would be like if culinary traditions flourished here once more. Whether it would suffice to break the cycle of mutual consumption. A heartening thought, if nothing else. A beacon from beyond. Zero has something to discuss with you. Until our battle earlier, I hadn't called upon darkness in some time. In truth, I find light a better fit these days. Ever since you left, we've been roaming the void in search of individuals who would join our cause. Although we returned to the Red Moon after sensing Inuo's presence, rarely do we linger in a single location. However, the interloper you spoke of doesn't tend to seek me out. It might be wise to return to my domain. Why don't you join us? With Inuo defeated, the Force shouldn't be in no imminent danger. Good, we'll wait for you by the crater. Yeah, not much has changed here. And that's still as I remembered. With the thrones right there. Global sitting there, and then the other ones in the various platforms here. I presume you remember traveling by Nizraj. Once you reach the surface, the creature will convey us to my domain. Is that the big bat-like thing? There is a teleporter situated between here and the center of the moon. I used it to travel to the surface in days long past, though I seldom had need once my generals were in place. Lugia and myself crafted the device that I might lay low to serve it a light. I learned that we now use it seeking to restore light to the world. Forget my auto-reminiscence. This time we made our defense. Oh, you know what? That's not a new model, now that I think about it. I just haven't seen it since the Endwalker. Yeah, many in this domain still fear me. I shall remain here to avoid needless provocation. Let's see what's new here, actually. That must be Tobes. However, Gaddick and Sim is either, if I stood the slightest chance of not being dealt with at first. Oh, Baronicha's domain is no longer nearby, it looks like. Ever since she brought you to this domain, our numbers have swelled. We were tired of conflict. If I waited an eternity for Zero to save this world, but my faith was misplaced. In the end, it was Zero who brought us out. She's the reason I kept coming back here, day after day. We need to... Zero is amazing. Truly Dobas is equal in every sense. Let's at least get the jog on. Weren't you the one that was having their... Weren't you the one that was being tortured? How are you faring, Laurel? I've been training to alter my form to sing Zero. I'll be the very essence of beauty. Just you wait and see. Oh, wait. You're the one that was in Hawk Manor. Definitely changed their form, that's for sure. Are there any other ones I could talk to here? Are you still being... Are you still guilty for hitting your friend? Well, that is even stronger than Barbaricha was. I thought it'd best to keep out of his way. That said, Farfarella tells me Gobas isn't so frightening these days. Perhaps he absorbed the will of someone else terrifying? Not exactly. It's interesting. It sounds like, when a voice and conceived without a void set. Well, the one that consumed the other is I guess the main one now. It seems the other one still exists within it. Malfrats reference as much too. Now I appear to have made a complete recovery after the ignominy of starting to death. Any of my fellow voids in here can be trusted. Any other ones over here? There might have been a place that I could walk up to. Must be up here. A Trojan manservant. No longer will I partake of the ether of other beings, not even if I shrivel and starve. Like I said, I was up the stairs behind me from where I was looking. Why is this bubbling? Oh, the water itself is bubbling, okay. Yeah, Barbaricha had brought her stuff over to there. Hello, Rocco, welcome in.
Drink, conductor, drink.
Oh, hydrate, you got it. So I'm gonna have coffee soon. I have my coffee maker, I have a spot where I can put it. I just need some creamer now. I have sugar, so I'm fine with that. I just gotta get the creamer. Though it was not always so, many who live here now have chosen to do so because they support the cause. Indeed, if our numbers continue to grow, you may require more territory. Thankfully, they were able to harness the residual ether from Barbaricha's domain. Those reserves will enable me to expand mine as the need arise. That explains why Barbaricha's stuff was not in view, basically. Because they consumed it. Right now, we have best prepare for our potential guests. Join me in my abode when you're ready. We have not reached stuff like over there. It seems they basically deconstructed it. They desynthesized it. I imagine you remember these. The transmitters we used to receive light from the first. But many serve this still work by channeling excess ether left in the wake of the flood into the crystal tower. Using the tower's cross-rift travel capabilities, light is then conveyed onto the 13th and into these devices. I have a mind to use them now, but they'll need to be set in an elevator location. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, these little spheres turn into like lightning rods, basically. Using translators in here won't suit my plan. You require a higher ground. I was just at higher ground. I wonder what's gonna happen. Because I know we had the light basically... At least when we last used the stuff. It was focusing it at least towards the moon. The ether transmitter. This contact contraption facilitates the flow of ether when used in conjunction with other identical devices. You know, I'm curious how the light energy, when it gets focused onto the world itself.
These transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends.
I'm curious how the excess light coming off of the first over to here. I'm curious how it would react with the world now. Because we've seen it with the moon at least.
They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
Oh, there's some excess light energy right there. I wonder how it's gonna react with the world.
I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible?
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Very well. This light is ample proof your comrades spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
I wonder in... I wonder how many years it's been time-wise for them. Because it's been a couple hundred at least for the source. But you know the different calamities. And I want to say the 13th was the first one that they did, which resulted in a absolute failure. So I wonder how long it's been for them. It would seem Julius' intervention has helped forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing word to me. I gather you'll head home sooner rather than later? I don't want to leave just yet. I want to see what the, Woman Office has to say here. If I could find him. I wonder if he's Mir Gomez. But I'm assuming he should be like somewhere around here now. Gloria, he's over there. Perhaps I shall use my abilities to assemble a dwelling in this domain. And then the rest of the voids are still saying the same things, it looks like. I guess out of curiosity, let's just see what Gobas has to say. The some you say something different. That brilliant beam. Though but a drop in the ocean, I'm sure its radiance dispelled the darkness from within some few voids said. It probably has, yeah. Okay, now I'm ready to head out. Once we return to the Red Mountain, I'm sure you will begrudge me a proper farewell.
Would you deliver a message to Euless for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
And they are. Slowly, but they are.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here. The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First.
Oh?
If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us. Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
Wait, I have a question. If they sent Zeromus' Memoria to the First, how did they do it? How did they do it? Here's how that must have looked to them. Because they can't see that they wait.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears she's not in Mare Lamentorum.
Wait. Is that?
God, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Yeah, here's the story.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either. Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
Well, it happened much like things that just show up out of nowhere.
And who might you be? Not her Void-sent, I'd wager.
Oh, Joel, that she has green scales.
Greetings.
I am Helmerut of the Asians. We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms?
What the?
I wish only to talk. Thank you for affording me a chance.
Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yes, that is correct.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
I mean, he did cause a power outage in Tsushima and destruct two worlds.
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you. You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients.
Yeah?
As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more. Yes.
That was a cool
It seeks to rejoin with all of its shards. Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment. All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole, and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years pass. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Supposing for a moment we believe you, how can you possibly know all this?
The star isn't an attempt at rejoining on its own.
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. The earth shakes, and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course. So many seeds of life have already been lost. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased. I cherish man's journey, despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering. He has forged ever onward. strong even as he is weak. His is a proud tale in the history of the star. It would be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
Or not, you would not a mouth about us.
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections. Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Even if everything you claim is true, what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable.
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, it is only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact which you must understand. Should we take action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Oh, you're talking about Minos.
Wait!
Okay, so it sounds like we have a race against time then. We join the worlds but in a way that doesn't cause catastrophes. Well, thwarting the attempt to rejoin that does cause catastrophes. Before the world decides to do it on its own. To think that individuals like Calyx is ill, or worse, exist in other shards. Now to forgive me, I'm still coming to terms with it all. Halmarut can't be speaking the truth, can she? Elfinel's just quiet. The Ascians once later can resurrect Zodiac and bring back those who rendered up their lives to summon him. For the sake of those who now live, we fought tirelessly to oppose them. If Halmarut doth truly seek a rejoining to avert the solstice, to ensure some survive when otherwise all would perish, then our interests are not so desperate. So the overall goal set down to be the same. It's just the method of how we go about it. Just the ass seems to be plotting something utterly reprehensible. Though I am tempted to dismiss my preemptive rejoining as an utterly absurd solution, their rights are not to be taken lightly. There you are. At one moment you're standing before me, and the next you vanish into thin air. They say you will all the voids and have been eradicated, and the gate lies sealed. What more? There's the nary a peep from the crater. Though I can't help but notice now that you seem to share my enthusiasm. Is something wrong? The star seeks to become the whole? But that's preposterous. As far as I'm aware, Seidel made no mention of a natural rejoining. I will have to consult the records to be certain. Maybe she didn't know. But not before thanking you for dispatching the voids so handily. You will and truly saved the day. Okay, so we got a question mark up here. That's because it's right here next to us. Chill for the heavens, the last MSQ quest for the first part of this. Alphina continues to grapple with Homeroad's disclosure. The implications of the solstice in the winter schemes, as well as our approach moving forward, will take time to consider. To that end, I believe we should gather and speak in person. And by we, I mean all our fellow Silence. For a change of pace, why don't we convene at the Rising Stones? I'm sure Tother and the others would be happy to meet us there. A fine idea. In many ways, our return is long overdue. No doubt we could all use some respite after Galamog, but I trust there are no objections. To settle then, to the Rising Stones. It's been a long time since we were there. Yeah, it's been a very long time since we've been here. At times like this, the company of friends is all the more precious. Since leaving for Terrell, we've been almost constantly on the move. It feels good to put my feet up in familiar stamping ground. In spite of times from the vicissitudes, something isn't there. The sanctuary is surely among them. I wonder why do you have to use such out of the way words? Like they may be happy for what's currently happening? But these are words that I have to keep on looking at. Like this one probably means something bad as well. What does this one mean? This is soon. A change of variation? A usually unforeseen change in circumstance or experience that affects one's life, especially in a trying way. Quality being changeable, mutability. According to the American Heritage Dictionary, 5th edition. There was much more to take care of in Galamog, even after tending the wounded. I shall be sure to share a full report with Eljiga. It feels like a lifetime ago when I first set foot within these halls. Though given we've all experienced a lifetime's worth of trials and tribulations in the interim, perhaps that is only natural. It's a pity my stay in Terrell came to such a shocking abrupt end. I should like to make arrangements to remain in touch with Shell. Well, we're missing a Stinian. I hope I'll be coming with Tataru. Everything has changed since we last gathered here. No doubt Tataru is chiefly responsible for that prevailing state of active tidiness. Taking it from she and many of our comrades are in rail. Let us wait for them a while longer. We can see the whole gang. They run into the Crystal Braves at the center stay with us, for example.
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Apologies for our delay.
Yeah. Hey, Flamin's there too.
We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with. But we're working on it.
You know, that makes sense. That actually does sound like a stadium.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now, as much as I'd like to savour our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details?
Oh, we're telling them a story. Story of what happened recently. And what we've learned.
The Winterers and the Solstice.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Void Scent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Both the Source and the Reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation...
I think she's forgetting
what
something.
What can we possibly do?
Although she might not actually be aware of it. But part of the knights did end up on the Source. When people of Alexandria are from the Knight, at least the vast majority of them. Perhaps the Sons are gonna find a way to do the rejoining, but in a way that allows the populations to effectively merge into the source without too much damage.
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality.
It's possible, yeah. Like after the fact. But yeah, she definitely had no way of knowing when she first did it. And now text fuck him in.
Stretch, conductor, stretch.
Indeed.
Thank you for the stretch and the head in the
Have
head
something to drink, you silly girl.
And with her gone, we have only
Head pats for the
speculation.
conductor.
There. You got your nanners now. Oh, and then there's a taunt of a second free head pat. Ah. Well, I don't think that second headbat's gonna null out the damn manners. Indeed, not even Hydaelyn could be expected to foresee everything, and with her gone, we have only speculation.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, here on, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, it seems that is one mystery I am not destined to unravel.
Imagine if that key allowed us to start using the Aetherettes for free. Tartarus ever the consider facilitator. Grateful am I to refrain from weighty discussions and simply converse with old friend. It seems that colleagues have much to catch each other up on. I shall have to brew some tea. Speaking of tea chat. Oh, god damn it. I have to bot baby to it. Oh. I look over and I see my little advert for tea. Ugh. Hey, oh my god, I'm gonna say it anyways. If you guys want to get some nice anime-themed tea, maybe some powdered drink mixes, possibly coffee, or soap of all things. Down below, there's a link to the Dragon's Treasure. If you use my code Savy on checkout, you'll save 10% on your order. So, if you want to try it out, link's right down below. I have some wrapped up I shall have to try. But like, for whatever reason, I have yet to try this route. But I think I'm gonna try something different with it. Got this huge jug of water. Or, well, it's not full at the moment. But I'm gonna fill it up. I'm gonna put those bags in it, let it just steal on itself. And see how it works. Because this big water jug has like many cups of water in it. So if I fill it up and then put these tea bags in it, I'll just have a big jug of tea that's just ready to pour. Oh yeah, that's that 10% off your order using my code. Oh, did the automat is unlocked. Why did it deny that? They thought you were bullying, what the hell? Does he ever need soap? Nothing worse than being at a convention or some chat. That seems allergic to showering. Yeah. But you could definitely smell it. Apparently so. Apparently so. But yeah, the code and link are down below in the info panels as well as the description, depending on where you're watching from. There's plenty of flavors available. I wanna get my hands on the mana potion that they have. I wanna get my hands on that at some point, cause I wanna watch the water turn blue. Don't worry about me, I'm too funny to discuss with all these old faces. Well, by no means an easy decision, but as the sources now are not concerned, Elsie and I have opted to firmly withdraw from our efforts in Golem. After all, anything we can do to protect our world will help us serve to keep the Guardian safe. Julius and his comrades are already working towards a brighter future of their own accord. Honestly, I'm more worried about us. So in Route 30, it's weird that he couldn't take us at home. I've never had raspberry tea, so I couldn't say. I couldn't say because I've never had it. I want to try it though. It's so difficult to see the path ahead, but hopefully they can get through this and return the Golem with their heads held high one day. Indeed, in the meantime, let us prepare a letter for Julius and the community. He mustn't let despair stare me in. I wonder if these guys are going to get a little bit more of the role in the future. Oh, hello, Nate. Welcome in. And hello, waiters from Rumble. I'm Savy, the conductor of this express. You guys seem to be joining us as we're finishing up the MSQ for the current patch of FFXIV. But that's fine, because we still have like a good hour to an hour and a half to go. For those that are new here, I'm Savy, the conductor. We do games that you get to relax to. Games like Railroader. As well as RPGs like, well, the one that we're playing right now, FFXIV. Well, honestly, I just want to give you guys a nice, short atmosphere to vibe in. But it's the best, I don't know. It honestly is. Like, in my opinion, when you compare it to the other major giant, that being World of Warcraft, it's the better MMO in my opinion. World of Warcraft could learn from this game, but this game could also learn from World of Warcraft. Like, World of Warcraft has really gone down in quality from what I've seen. Like, there would be more like a board lore. That one was just a cancelled expansion, basically, that was released. Legion at least revived it briefly. Then we started seeing the signs once again with Battle for Azeroth. We're getting some major lore fragments to just patch content. That really pissed me off with the Battle for Azeroth. Like, seriously, you're gonna put Nathod, one of the biggest lore characters in World of Warcraft, as just a patch boss? Seriously? Nathod deserves his own expansion at the least. Not just a patch content. Not just patch content that reuses a area. Oh. Of course, there's Shadowlands that came out with that, which really killed it. Dragonflight, while systems improved, the story is just bleh. Well, and I just haven't played since then. I've been pretty much all Final Fantasy, if not private servers for World of Warcraft. Ooh. But yeah, Final Fantasy's, at least of the current major players, I think Final Fantasy XIV is the best one out there at the moment. I helped recall the Void incursion and Lapis Manalis. Fighting a fiend-controlled Galatea is something I won't rush to relive, but it was nonetheless a good treatment. This latest development is indeed a shock, but I am heartened to see not a single face clouded with despair. Philipina and I had been meeting Corvus to monitor the situation among the Growlins and the Corvosi. But seldom smooth down. In time, the region settled, and we were able to return. I understand the Growling community has made great strides in improving relations with other peoples. In that, I feel renewed zeal for resolving the issues in Corvus. And perhaps you'd like to hear more about the Growling's accomplishments from me and the twins. It might still that far even harder. After Urianda and I went off on our own, we decided to spend some time exploring Zaturel. We never had a chance to visit during the Rite of Succession, you see. We journeyed east through... I'm about to be really happy in a minute. Should I be scared? Okay, let's see if I can say this word. Loa Zanaheda? I think that's how it's pronounced. We journeyed east through Loa Zanaheda before heading up the coast to the frigid northern reaches, where they revere a storied beast of the sea. The excursion only served to reinforce just how diverse Turel really is. We also met with the Wallachie. Though we had not the time to study their arts at length, we were privy to several intriguing demonstrations. One that we could have indulged our curiosity further and traveled to get more distant lands, For better or for worse, pragmatism tempered our wanderlust. Wait, they met the Blue Mages! Suffice it to say, we saw plenty to see of the continent. I should very much like to return given a chance. Those bastards got to see the Blue Mages! In Final Fantasy XIV, the Wallopy are... they have magic, that's pretty much what Eorzea and the rest of us know as blue magic. Which is basically taking the magic of like monsters and beasts and such. The brothers are reunited, yet a distance between them persists. How cruel fate is to force me to choose. You still haven't asked any of them out? What the f- Oh, well, you know, I hope you come to your senses, but I see you still in the throes of a troll. Talking about you guys, Clemens, your studies must have been productive. Metaphysics on the way. But you didn't have to. You didn't have to. Thank you, Tex. You really didn't have to, but thank you. I appreciate it. Indeed, I have more or less mastered the fundamental principles of Australian astrology. At one point I considered exploring magic healing arts, but decided to persevere with a more focused training to better leverage my skills on the battlefield. Oh, you're taking a little bit after Oriella in that regard then. I don't think I'd be much use on the battlefield these days. I can scarcely hold my bow steady, let alone hit a target. So thoroughly bereft of brotherly ministrations as I am. I knew you still required constant supervision. You two haven't changed in the slightest. It makes you wonder how our colleagues that couldn't join us today are faring. We should be going into my trap. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Thank you, Tex. I appreciate it. I might feel a little bit surprised that nothing showed up on my, that nothing showed up on my stream elements activity stuff here. Maybe it takes a bit for it to register. Even though we're discussing the revelations concerning Calyx, there's a great deal to share. Just difficult to know where to begin. Hearing our comments tells reminds me of my efforts to master pictomancy. We've all come so far, striven so hard. Eno and I were training in Budonia when Voisin attacked the Tallswood. Thankfully, you were able to fend them off with the help of the Twin Adders. Hello, Jack Raz, welcome in. Hey, when I heard the invasion had already spread across the star, I realized the Galbian situation and ordered a confidential report sent to the other Scions. That's why Tataru was so quickly appraised. Thanks to you, we were able to make haste for Galamod. While circumstance and duty may keep us apart, we remain bound by common purpose. Indeed, may that purpose continue to guide us now that we stand together once again. It seems everyone has much more to discuss with one another. Anyway, you're overdue for a proper break. The peace and quiet will help you think. Feel free to make yourself comfortable and don your spice. So I think I can say that this particular branch of the MSQ was smaller than usual.
Of course.
Like,
should
I
it
feel
serve
like
to
it was smaller than
satisfy
usual.
your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential.
I hear you, Felix.
You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination is the fourth.
We're going to the fort?
A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations.
Hello, cracked up sniper, welcome in. And yeah, I noticed that. I was able to see that it was a Final Fantasy XIV character of sorts. I am going to ask why he told us where they're going. They're calling up Antarctica, then it flutters. Antarctica, but in the shape of the entire world. No flat Earth, no flat Earth. There has not been a single flat Earth claim in this entire game. Well, yeah, so apparently the fort is covered in ice. I believe that was one of the worlds that suffered a rejoining process. Because if it's covered in ice, then it's heavily aspect of the ice ether. And while I had not yet played it, it sounds like it might be taking some cues from Final Fantasy V. I don't think it's taking cues from Final Fantasy V. Because I believe Final Fantasy V starts off with the player party on the floating continent. And as they progress, they eventually find out that there's stuff below the continent. Is that a Final Fantasy V or Final Fantasy III? I'm not sure. I think it's 5 though. So they might be taking elements from Final Fantasy V for the next expansion. Here, why tell me where you're going?
I have my own designs I would see realized. Nothing more. Believe me or don't.
Well,
as
that's
you
just
like.
big.
For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway. What Halmarut said to you earlier.
Thank you for the follow on TickMate, I appreciate it. But yeah, I actually have things set up over on Kick where the account has to be at least a month old before I take a talk up on my channel. it's mainly as a method to prevent bots from coming in after 1,000 view bot services. The spam of those bots leave me fake followers. Like, Kick is the only platform where I cannot celebrate the follower milestones. Because, like, 95% of my followers there on Kick are just bots. Bots that came in, left a follow, did a little few bot advert, then hooked it to whoever knows at this point. And unlike Twitch, where I can remove those follows, I can't do that with my Kick, and it pisses me off. It really pisses me off. But I just want to get rid of all those fake bot accounts from my followers on Kick. You made the Kick account, you only have a set to point people back to you on Rumble, and people still follow Kick. Is it gonna happen? Like, ultimately, we can't force people to go from one platform to the other. So, for the ones that do actually stick around, I'm grateful for them. You know, like, for example, I know, over on Kick, Dan is here. I know in the past I had another regular called Supplier. But, because I kept on getting, like, just bot interactions on Kick, I just stopped streaming on Kick for a while. Well, you guys are going fast. Bought again from India Pakistan or some shit. Yeah, it's possible. Because they were offering to went looking for young Tig. Hey, no worries with that. Again, no worries on that, Nate. Well, yeah. I want Rumble to get more features, more third-party support as well. It's nice that Kick is starting to get it. Well, I would love for Rumble to have more third-party support. Like, I would love to have features for Rumble that Mix It Up has for YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, for example. This cutscene is near the end if I want to catch up on chat later. I thought I was already at the end. I thought this is the last cutscene for this patch. You guys need to give me 20 more followers. I would love to be able to participate in a Rumble Creator Program, but I don't meet the ongoing requirements for it. Like, I meet all the initial requirements that you need, but I don't meet the ongoing ones, which includes the watch time, the unique chatters. So I don't think I'm going to really bother with it until at least the ongoing watch time requirements meets it.
She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost?
You met the criteria and you have some time, but have yet to use it. Yeah, I meet the initial requirements as well to apply. But when I look further into it, there are some ongoing requirements to stay in it. And I do not meet those ongoing requirements. Then will I slow down without conflict with legacy media? It may have, but I would still love for my Rebel Sunday to grow. Like, if I could get all the other lurkers, because I'm very sure there's more than what Twitch is saying it's currently watching, for example. If I could just get everyone to just say like maybe hi and rumble, that would probably help. Why did that little smirk? I saw that little smirk.
I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may.
Well, so the winter is just an uneasy alliance then.
It is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world. Fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
If shattered stars are doomed to men, hell turns the key to Winter's End. And probably in a couple of weeks we'll have the second half of this arc of the MSQ to do. So for now, we're done with the MSQ. But yeah, so we now know that we are heading to the 4th. And it sounds like, at least for the, based on the description that Calyx gave us, it sounds like it's using the initial setting, the initial setting points for Final Fantasy V. In fact, I need to look up Final Fantasy V. Let's make sure that I'm taking the right one here. What time was the floating heart in the end? Okay, there's one in Final Fantasy VI, but I don't think that's the one that you're talking about. Oh, okay, so there's one in Final Fantasy III. Maybe that was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, maybe the one from FFXIV was the one I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, it's definitely FFXIV that I was thinking of. Because I don't think 5 has it. Yeah, I think it's the one from FFXIV then. FFXIV has a members that's kind of like an ice continent. It's a space station, but I wouldn't say that would be like an ice continent though. Like the closest thing that FFXIV has for that, at least involving the moon anyways, it's just known as a another spot that's like you're able to witness it do a lunar cry. Or rather, you witness a lunar cry happen, but still. But yeah, I don't think FF8 would really count up because there's not really that much icy areas in it. Like the only iciness that I remember there being would be like up in the Trebia region, which is like the area around where Trebia Garden was. If I had to live in a FFXIV, which one would it be? Based on the ones that I have played, I am not going into Final Fantasy 14 or 11 with this one. Nor am I going to include the ones that I have yet to play. But out of the ones that I have played so far, I'd probably have to say maybe Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy 10 would probably be in a close second for that. Actually, no, not Final Fantasy 10. So it'd be like 9, then 8. And then maybe 10. Like, that would be my preferred order if I had to live in one. Anyways, let's see. So I just have to Paladin. Let's see what trial we get. Damn, that was instant. You're particular to 10 and 10 too? 10 does have a really nice setting. Oh, we're fake with Sophia.
The unenlightened come.
Shit, I forget which way she was going to, I forget which way the thing's gonna go.
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls. Can you bring equilibrium? I shall tip back the balance.
Oh no, I saw something fall.
Sin must be balanced with suffering. Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Else. I didn't realize it was so wide. You're tuning in. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping by, Nate. Have a good night. Heh, you like the outfit? The outfit were pretty cool in Final Fantasy X. The later Final Fantasy series had this whole Shakespeare's Hamlet, everyone has a dagger for each sentence. Well, kind of feel. I feel like that might be Final Fantasy 16, but I'm not sure. I tried to give Final Fantasy 12 a good go. No, not 12, 13. I tried to give 13 a good go. I did not like 13. I think I got through maybe 70% of the game. And the bosses that were just coming at us, just no. I think if anything, probably what I will do if I'm going to give 13-2 a try. is we'll just watch a quick lore video on it. We'll just watch a quick lore video for Final Fantasy 13, the first one. And then we'll start 13-2. Although, I'm kinda not looking forward to it. I wanna at least get like, ooh, that's a motherfucking chocobo. That's a motherfucking chocobo right there. But yeah, like, when it comes to the trilogy that is Final Fantasy 13, that first game, unless I use a cheat engine or some kind of cheat, I'm not gonna be playing Final Fantasy 13, the first game of it. At least not anymore. So that's the will probably be the only Final Fantasy I will have to actually encourage myself to use a cheat with. The other Final Fantasy that currently comes in a close second to one to encourage using a cheat with is Final Fantasy 2. And that's because I was not aware that as strong as my smacking has gotten on Final Fantasy 2, the final boss is actually heavily physically resistant to the point where sometimes I can't even reach him. And the only way I can reach him is if I have a ranged character or magic, basically. So at least with Final Fantasy 2, I could fix my party a bit. I just have to do a lot of grinding if I want to do it legitimately. But with Final Fantasy 13, I would not recommend that game to anyone. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. So if I'm going to play Final Fantasy 13-2, we are going to watch a lore video about the first one, and then we'll start the second game. And we'll see how far I get with that one. Because I don't think I'm at a point with Final Fantasy 13 on my save where I could salvage it. Final Fantasy 2, however, despite being at the final boss and having that huge brick wall, because of just how physically resistant the final boss is, at least I could fix that. But not 13. So it's either gonna be with cheats or a lore video. At least for me to complete 13-1. How closer we are to leveling? We got some time. I could probably do Anyways, chat, I have a question for you guys. Okay, I'll ask that question after this dungeon. You know what the series should make a happy comeback with and hold the old version? Caribbean Bomberman. had not played Kirby in so long. And my only experience with Bomberman is just like 1 or 2 mini games that are based off it. Ah yes, the library that has some sinister sounding music that just goes into a quick lounge type of feel. Bummer 64 back in the day on his 64-ish. Yeah, like I've only played like a mini-game version of it. These are some vicious books. Wait, wasn't there a somewhat recent open world type game for Kirby that released recently for the Switch? Oh wait, no, it wasn't fully open world though. It was like an open world level select Tapadio. Ever heard of NT Trident? I heard of it. I have the installer downloaded, but I have not yet tried it yet. I heard there's a character that falls up. probably will. It is definitely one of those games that's on my radar to try at least. My worry is that it's just an ambitious story. Or, in the case that it has a good story, I'm also worried that it might not be like a good enough of a hook to keep me there. Because like, games like Resonance Solstice, which actually really pulls at my love of trains, that one's good, but the story just, for whatever reason, I just haven't come back to it, just didn't really appeal. But from what I played of Resonance Solstice, that's one of the ones that I would recommend to people as well. Not just because it has trains, but because I had a good time with it. Is it called a life story, kind of like Star Ocean? I have not played... I want to say half of them. Half the Star Ocean games. I've played and beaten 3. I've played the one that's the prequel to the entire story. I should probably get that on a channel at some point. If you want to go to the game and still good, I hope so. I hope you can do silly stuff like in Grand Theft Auto, for example. Because I heard NTE basically being described as anime Grand Theft Auto. We had vulnerability? What the fuck gave me a vulnerability? But yeah, I had the installer downloaded at least. Well, I have not got the game actually installed yet. I just gotta make some room first. Lucky gonna have all the attentions. Okay, so the black mage is watching the cutscene. We're gonna wait for the black mage to get on me at least. Because I'm not a jerk like other people that can be. Can't wait for me to try it out in your opinion. Use as an example for Sears like Street Fighter to break into the open world. Okay. Okay, so I do have one question regarding to NTE because I have yet to actually look at anything for it yet. When it comes to the gameplay outside of the car stuff, outside of the car stuff for the gameplay, how is the gameplay? Like, what games are the closest for it? That for comparison. Unmuted accidentally. Full base direction open world RPGs kind of thought, okay. I don't need page 63. I can flash before them. Okay. You know, I definitely have to give it a try at some point. The senior, almost 74. I'm the paladin. I could probably steal that, but might not get much for it. What's gonna tell you, Lee? I've never played adult hack games. I played one of them, but I don't remember which one it was. The one that I remember playing was on the PS2. It could have been the first one, but I just don't remember anything from it. I remember playing one, but I don't remember anything of it. I know the main character was the guy that had like the orange on his outfit. I wanna say he might have been like a dagger user, but I just don't remember. You reckon Street Fighter, you're not gonna go on Marvel vs. Capcom where you can switch out teammates? Okay. Hello Myra, welcome in. Capcom, give me some money. Yeah, a little bit. Oh. I'm better still on the thunder. That was my day? That's good. I had a good day. Ooh. I don't think I can put some of these into the glamour dresser. At least in regards to putting it in there as an outfit. Yeah. Trying to feed me potassium, I see. Okay, which one was this one? I just have the ring at the moment. Okay. Oh, there's the artist ring not going there. And the fact that we don't have an outfit makes it sad. You know, I'm gonna keep that. Because that's a free poetic right there, I think. I think that was a free poetic I just got. Well, no, that should be great for the astronomer. Yeah, I did. Nice. I got a free poetic out of it. For now, I'll put it in the dresser. What the hell? Sat on the train? Oh, okay. What the heavens at the train? Anyways, so chat, I have a question for you guys. Just let me bring it up real fast. My question to you guys. My question to you, chat. idea heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an extended free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward expansion, the thrilling Stormlight expansion, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion. You can play up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime. And you can join me as well. We love playing on the Primal Data Center on the Ultros Rail. I had to do, I'm sorry, chat. But if you guys do ever decide to play, heck, I would recommend trying it through the free trial first. You'll be able to play for free up to level 80 through all the expansions up to Stormblood. And that's a lot of content. That's a ton of content. It's honestly probably the most generous free trial of any game I've ever played. There are some restrictions, like for example, you can't form a party. You can join the party, but you can't form it. You can't join the free companies, which are the guilds. You can't make a link parallel, but I believe you can be invited to them. You can't message anyone, but you can reply to them if they message you. So, while there are some restrictions like that, which are a little bit on the more annoying side, this is still a very generous free trial when you look at just how much content is available. They're like, just looking at the dungeons, for example. Like, just look at the dungeons, for example. You have access to all the dungeons from Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. You will not have access to the Endwalker stuff. And the same thing goes with the trials and the raids as well. So for trials, you have access to everything from Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers. And there are some really good fights in there. Especially with Shadowbringers. The raids, same thing, from Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers. You know, I kinda feel like doing one of these three right here. I feel like doing one of those before the end. Let's see, so I think I'm just gonna queue for a random alliance raid and hope I get one of the ones I want to do. I'm hoping to get one of the Shadowbringer alliance raids with this. Well, it's not guaranteed though. It ain't guaranteed. But yeah, if you guys do decide to try it, I play on the Primal Data Center in North America on the Ultros Road. It doesn't matter if you choose the same data center and road as me, just as long as you're in the same region. Because even if you join the Crystal Data Center, I could still travel over there and you could travel over here still. Like, the only upside to being on the same data center and road would just being able to trade, basically. And I know in the future they're actually going to extend the duty finder to include the other data centers in the same region. Fish. That's pretty cute. You hook up to the Matrix, Savy, if I could be in a fantasy world? No, I probably would. I probably would. Like, knowing me, I probably would. That's a movie franchise I should rewatch at some point. I know I've seen the first movie, but I remember like nothing of it. Other than that one scene near the end of Neo dodging all those bullets with the multiple agents mitts. And I think I've seen part of the second one. But it's been so long since I watched any of those movies that I don't remember anything of the story. No, this is taking a bit. I may have a better chance at fighting a train. Yeah, they came out like the late 90s. Late 90s, early 2000s. At least for the ones that I've seen anyways. I've only seen clips of the third one. Where is my... What was it? That thing? Did I get... Oh, it's right there it is. I was wondering where it was. Well, the headpiece threw me for a stump. On number 4 in line again to enter an alliance raid. I'm hoping it's one of the Shadowbringer ones. Oh, excuse me. And there's actually kind of a reason why I hope it's their Shadowbringer ones. It's mainly because I want to do it. Guys, no, not that one. That's not proof, no. No, that's even further. But yeah, if we take a look over the snow in the range, not over there where the tower says, but over here, hoping will involve stuff like this. Won the Alliance raid the space key in that spot. I don't know where the other spot would be for it. If I didn't get hooked up into magics, would that just be me or with a new maid? If we're talking about my IRL self in this case, then probably a new me. Then it's gonna be like an IRL case. The fact that they use scale to make that look further away. Oh, here's something is more than ones I want. You probably want 23-year-old you? I think we all would like to get a younger version of ourselves for sure. Yeah, I can help. Now, did we get one of those? Oh, hey, good. This is one of the ones I was wanting. Anyone play near Automata? And near Replicant? Or something near? I also had that playthrough near Automata and near Replicant. Those are such great games. And the music is fun. Let's turn the music. are you doing? I didn't even see that the boss is doing another attack. Let's see. Okay. Well, yeah, imagine playing an MMO and you get into a raid and it's just this. This is low poly dungeon that looks like it belongs in a developer's build. This Hanson battle. Oh, hello. Oh shit. We're chipping away at their health. I think part of what made me wanna do this one specifically is the final boss. Part of the skill set in the final boss involves trading. Man, I remember the fight involving the Red Girl on Nier Automata. They just kept on coming. Respawning one after the other. And the way to beat it was just do nothing. Or was that the one that was here? I really love how the raids and dungeon encounters have all been presented. Have all been presented in this game. Okay, that hurt. The fact that the music even changed to the 8-bit sound is Am I gonna get pulled? I actually got pulled. Okay, so if I have a chain on me, I gotta go to the back. Ah, shit. Wait, I didn't get hit? Okay. God damn it. I didn't see the second one. Oh shit, I'm alive. What the fuck revived me? What the heck revived me? Shit, I literally did not see that I got revived. Was hoping to get some kind of symbolism here, like Attack of fans and the girl idols. I don't know about that. What I do know is that this is based off of Nier Automata. Or rather the Nier franchise, because it has both Automata and Replicant stuff in it. Oh right, I forgot about the movie elevator in Automata. We got a Goliath that's about to appear. The bald one, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh, we got two of them now. Dude, stop. Let me turn this thing. So after this fight, I'm gonna be calling it a night. Yeah, right now we are waiting for a Sheila to get out of cutscene. Oh, they cannot wait. Oh, okay. So based on which way that's spinning is which way it goes, okay. Man, it's been so long since I did this fight last. I currently can't look at what you try to say. So I can't tell you why I thought whatever it did. And right now I can't see what it is because I'll focus on the boss here. Oh, I see. Okay. That's kind of neat. Get my stuff back up. She's throwing buildings at us. She's throwing chains at us. Shit, I don't remember this. Oh, I see, okay. Ooh. That was a little bit too close. So given the names of the stuff, I would say you were probably partially right with that. I'd have to say you were probably partially right with that. I think that was Connie's theme. Okay, I'm giving the red mage that just because of that face. Automated bomb. I think it's this one. The smallest dummy. I got a little stubby now. Well, I'm happy with that. Okay, now let's take a look here. Okay, so I don't know about the first one. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I would have hit up on that for Automan. Yeah, I would have hit him out for that to go through. Okay, let's get the LSW out. Where's the stubby? That's my new slim. Oh, so cute. It's such a cute little stubby. It even moves like them. Alright, chat. Well then. As I said, I'm gonna be calling it a night. I have to get some rest. I got work that I gotta do tomorrow, unfortunately. And I also have to find an alternative for a button that fell off my work pants. But anyways, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the raids that came in as well. Thank you for the couple of follows that I know we got. Oh, this has been a good night for me. It has definitely been a good night for me. Anyways, so next time I'm gonna be live is probably gonna be probably Friday. Actually, no, don't hold me to that. If I'm live, there will be an announcement for it. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming by. I hope you all have had a lovely night with us here tonight on the Express. I'm Savy, to connect with this train. Thank you all for riding with us. And have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody. I'll see you all next time that we stream.
Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Savy's world, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet. Every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands, bright horizons, tech and sound, magic voyage all around. 8-bit journey, pride and bold, Savy story to be told. Digital heart full of pride, in this world she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day. Revel up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day.